DraftKings, we hardly knew ye. Good morning. Good morning to you. We got the S&P at highs. We got AMD at highs. Hey, holla holla, get dollar. Frickin' IBM. Are you kidding me? Look at this stock. Look, oh yeah, earnings were bad. Kaboom! Kaboom! What did I tell you, huh? What did I tell you? Literally, I said this is down 5%, this is supposed to be up 5%. Bang, bang. Bang, bang. S&P. Almost at 68.03. BBAI for a put. Well, like a fool, I spent all my money on DraftKings that apparently is in the shitter right now. Jesus, look at this. Look at this. What a joke. Hey, Marcel. Ah, Lucio, not so lucky today. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Hey, Gunty, good morning, good morning. Happy Friday. All in on HGRAF. Hey, listen, it could be worse. There are worse stocks to be all in on. I don't really blame you for that. Galaxy Digital. I don't even know what that is. Yeah, it's funny. I was gonna say SMCI calls actually. I like it here at sub 50, especially with earnings coming up. Silver coins, very nice. Hey, Big Nick, happy Friday. Happy Friday. Yeah, so we came down right here to this line. Yeah, we got earnings coming up. Again, they might keep it flat maybe for a day or two, but chances are it should bounce and start to climb here going into these earnings. So, SMCI calls right here. Decent idea. Decent idea. I would, if I had cash, I would probably join you with one or two calls. So definitely not a bad idea. HGRAF right now up a little over 7% on the day. Yeah, give it a shot. Go cheap, like, I don't know. Go, try to go like 5 points out of the money or something. See what like 55s are going for or something. Yep, HGRAF again. Shout out to Nick who let us know that 210 was a key level. And again, we had the drop, and you can see, look, stock basically went right back to 210 almost, tightening, almost forming like a daily ascending triangle. And now, boom, we have a pop-up here today. I think we get back to this trend line here, close to 2.25 American. Which would be, yeah, probably like 3.25 Canadian, kinda. When SMCI finally makes back to 100, it'll have come full circle. Wow. The Apollo missions. No wonder they say to the moon. Now it makes sense. Okay, Digital apparently just posted that BBAI is looking to increase the number of shares of common stock of the company from 500 million to 1 billion. So BBAI apparently is looking for a vote right now, shareholder vote, to essentially double the float. November 7:55, very nice, very nice. Yeah, and like we said, even if you play the earnings run up, right? I mean, you can sell them before earnings, hopefully, if they're green. You know, if you bought like 5 or 6, you know, you can sell like 3 or 4, take the profits, keep 1 or 2 running going into earnings. But yeah, after dropping down, it's right at that line. It's sub 50. Yeah, that should be an easy play. As a matter of fact, I will mention it in the Discord. Oh, DraftKings, I can't freaking believe it, man. I can't freaking believe. And I had a feeling it was gonna freaking happen. I had a feeling it was gonna happen, and I was just stubborn, and I'm sitting here, no, calls, like a freaking schmuck. Bro, serious question. Doesn't even say hello. Starts off with a serious question. Guess it wasn't that serious. Eastern Standard Time. Taiwan, yeah, it's 11, yeah, we're like 12 hours difference. No, no, for me it's the same time, it's just a 12-hour difference. So here it's 11:35 a.m. and by you it's p.m. Watching DraftKings get destroyed. Yeah, brother, I don't know, man. I don't know. It's 11:30 a.m. I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. I have no idea, brother. Evan, good morning. Yeah, I don't know, man. Must be a glitch or something. Bro, you talking about the price of HGRAF? I thought you were talking about the time on my fucking screen, bro. Oh my goodness. I can't. I can't with people. Yeah, I don't know. This Galaxy, I don't know. Out of left field, I don't know. I don't know. Go for it. I don't know. Like I said, after a stock runs freaking 1,000% and is sitting at highs, that's when people mention it. I don't know what to tell you. Up, up. I'm not tripping at all, bro. I'm sitting here, you're telling me your time. Like I said, you started off, I'm in Taiwan, it's 11:34. I thought you were talking about the time showing you 2:20. You know, meanwhile, this whole back and forth was about HGRAF price and not the time. Just spend, 6 minutes. We'll never get back. Oh, damn. Ugh. Unfreaking believable that I'm watching this happen. Unbelievable. It's because I needed it. It's because I really needed it. Unreal, man. Unreal. Was having a decent week, too. Nah, it's just, you know, again, I move over a couple of bucks at a time. I try to grow my account. That's what I mean. And then I take a shot like this, and something like this happens. I mean, I take one step forward, two steps back. I can't. I can't. I appreciate the sub, brother. Yeah, I mean, I guess it does. It's not their fault, though. I mean, the NBA's at fault, not DraftKings. No, I still hold the calls. I go down with the ship if I make a bad call. I always said that. I always go down with the ship. IBM new highs. Beat earnings, stock went down. What I said stock should be up. Shouldn't be down. Now it's at new highs. 2 days later. We know what we know. Yeah, Cole, if I were you guys, I'd definitely buy more. Definitely buy more. If I originally bought my calls for like next week or next month, I'd definitely be adding right now if I could. Freaking reverses from 35 to 33 as markets hit highs. Are you kidding me? What a crock. Blackberry? Blackberry. Good old Blackberry. PayPal back at 70. Back at 70. And Tesla looks like it's been kind of just dancing around a few dollars up and down. Looks like it wants to hold that 440 mark, though. Rivian just chilling at 13. Stock should be 11.10 in my opinion. Waiting for that announcement. LAC should be fine. It's going to be fine. That's going to be fine. Hey, Disney down a little bit. Freaking IBM. Whew. Oh, yeah, look at that. Look at that. Just complete, total breakdown on a Friday, as everything else is fine. And honestly, this is massively effed up because if they are taking it down because of the NBA nonsense, then it should have been down 2-3% pre-market. It should not have been up and opened above the trend line. All in on DraftKings calls. Here we go. Same old ish, just a different day. Out here trying to get it each and every way. Yeah, no, for sure. That's why I'm saying, like, us playing these weekly calls, trying to time, these little pops, these little drops. Where are the ones that are gonna get burned? Where are the ones that are gonna get burned? You guys who were able to buy a couple of weeks, or I know like Deli bought like freaking April calls or something. Like, you guys who were able to do that or buy shares should be. I mean, this really, honestly, should be no problem. Should be no problem. Like me yesterday saying, oh, 1024, 35 calls or whatever the hell I said. Like, that obviously was a terrible call. But this is why we say, again, the more money you have, the easier it should be, right? Because, again, time trumps strike price. And if you were able to buy, again, a month of time as opposed to a week of time, it changes everything. But I know I did mention this Friday, so it's my fault. It's my fault. At least I'm owning up to it. So on the chart, yeah, no, yeah, no, exactly. I mean, shit happens. It's just how it. That's why I said the calls are going to expire, and then you'll see, like Monday, Tuesday, all of a sudden it'll pop back up. It'll be at like 35 and a half, and people will be like, "Oh, with the new acquisition, I think it's going to be great for 2026." Then all of a sudden they'll start talking positively about it. It'll go right back up. So that's why, in general, it'll be fine. For this Friday, we just got royally screwed. Government shutdown affecting Fubo quite a bit. Well, that's a fair assessment. If we do need government officials to approve the merger and they're not at work, then yeah, I guess we're kind of just waiting. But again, I don't think you could make any argument really for any type of like monopolistic situation, because we know there are other streaming services that offer shows and sports and everything. So I really don't see any issue on them with this Fubo Disney Day. It really should get approved, no problem. Here comes the sun. Here comes the sun. Hold SoFi through earnings. Oof. Let's find out. I mean, actually, it looks like it's channeling. It's ready to go even higher right now, this freaking thing. Oh, man. Did a video back here. They said I was crazy. Said I was crazy. Earnings have been solid. Uh, I'd give them the benefit of the doubt, although technically it is overvalued, technically. I mean, you know, technically, if you're up going into earnings and you haven't been holding like for the long term, then you technically should take some profits off the table. And if you want, you could hold a little bit going into earnings, in my opinion. Nothing's guaranteed. Nothing is guaranteed. Oh, what? All of a sudden you want to tick up a little bit? Yeah. About 2 hours late, buddy. Piece of shit. You son of a bit. You little piece of shit. Like I said, I'll burst out laughing. Like, you know, the day ends, the calls expire worthless, and then they make some announcement and pop to 38. I'm telling you right now, I'm gonna be looking for blood. Market has been dropping on good earnings lately. Yeah, it has been kind of unpredictable. Wow, a couple of tacos. Thank you. I thought you were changing your name. You're back to pennies? I appreciate it. Appreciate the tacos, though. Can of corn and I'll be fine. Look at this stock. Look at this stock right now. And I'm just laughing because, I mean, we have to call it like it is, right? I know DraftKings is a site that takes the bets, but if the players and the coaches were doing some inside shady crap, how is that, like, that's not DraftKings' fault, right? That's not, like, anyone who's like, oh, Vegas should give all the money back. It's not Vegas's fault. They didn't do anything. Believe it or not, the money should come from the NBA. And everything's digital now, right? So if they like launch an investigation and question some of these players and they're like, "Oh yeah, you know, I purposely threw some shots to cover the spread, blah blah blah." Right? Then you can go back and you can say, "Okay, you know, anyone who made a bet for this game, you know, if you got screwed, we'll take care of you." And again, that should be the NBA. This has nothing to do with DraftKings. It took the stock from 42 to 32 just because someone else started doing parlays. And as I said, it's not a problem until it's a problem. Until you start seeing DraftKings missing revenue and them saying, oh, they're losing market share to whatever company that was, then it's a problem, right? Then it's a problem. Not when it launches, it's a problem. Because for all you know, a month from now, no one will use it, then they'll shut it down maybe. Who knows? Who knows? Now you're bringing it back down after rebounding it because of supposed an NBA scandal that is not their fault. What a way to end the week, man. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me with this? The good news is a lot of our longer term plays have been doing very, very well. Again, we have AMD up here at new highs, hitting $250 a share. Again, I was doing videos all the way down in the low hundreds. People were asking, like in the Discord or on the, in the comment section on some videos, AMD was dropping into the 90s, the 80s. They're like, oh man, I don't know what's going on. And I said, they're going to rebound it. It's going to be fine. And now you can see they brought it back down to about that 80 level when they really beat it up. Now you can see the stock is up over 200% right after they beat it up too. Right after. Oh my God, this guy too with Tom Lee? I can't. I can't. On DraftKings Day. On DraftKings Day, you do this. I really can't believe this is the stock that's taking the hit. I can't believe this. How does this make sense? How does this make sense? That's like someone who buys drugs with a credit card so we tank Visa the next day. Like, how the hell does any of this make sense? Like, I don't even know. I don't even know how to describe it. I mean, a restaurant gives someone food poisoning, so you start tanking the freaking, restaurant tablecloth company or something. Like, I don't understand how any of this connects to DraftKings. And of all the BS valuations and pumps we see out there, this is what happens to DraftKings. It's just laughable, man, honestly. It's just laughable. And you guys know me. I mean, yeah, sometimes I get emotional, but at the end of the day, I'm salty, but I'm not being that salty. Because honestly, even if I had puts and made good money here, I still would say that this drop makes no sense. Nah, it is what sucks about that. I remember which president was it? I think it was like George Bush Jr. or something. We're talking like 25 years ago. I think it was George Bush Jr. And they were talking about the amount of people who are going to law school and how many lawyers we have in this country. And he was telling people like, yo, like we gotta, like everyone's a lawyer. Like we need people doing like some other things. Of course, that went in one ear and out the other. But yeah, I remember Washington saying that was an issue 20 years ago. People will sue over anything now. People sue you. I mean, even you watch any video online, that's all people talk about is suing. Oh, don't come near me, assault. Look at all these stocks. These companies go public. Whether the stock goes up, down, or sideways, there's a class action suit. They're getting sued for something. You know what I find interesting is We're not really seeing anyone buy the dips. Yeah, these people invest like $500, you know, and then they're like, yeah, screw this company, yeah. Then they get a check for like $8.70. Ah, it's just pointless. UMAC holding trades. Whoa. No news or anything. Yeah, see, this is what I mean. Was that like a random cover, a random buy, or a random announcement? Like, nobody knows. Nobody knows. I mean, remember, these are publicly traded companies. So to immediately let us, the public, know what happened, I mean, that'd be asking too much, right? Well, something's going on. People seeing it pop, seeing it trending now, so they're piling in with the FOMO, right? So honestly, even if you guys even have a day trade left, if you want to do short term, you could probably jump in here and get out at like 15 or something. Look, it's already up to 14. That's what I mean. You can probably make yourself a quick 7, 10, 12% here if you want to. However, I have no idea why we're up. But we are getting big volume coming in, so people could be speculating that someone's going to mention them and with some stake or some shit. That's quite a pop right there. Almost right at 12 o'clock on the button. Random. 1409. Oh, 1430. Oh. Oh, yeah, we're moving. We're moving. You know, all I need is like DraftKings to do that, and it'd be fine. Everything would be fine. We'll keep an eye on this one, though. There you go. Appreciate the update. If anyone wants to look at that, again, that is a up and coming robotics company that a few people in the Discord took a shot, took a small position in, because you never know. You never know how much I love you. Wow, the Dow is up 560 points. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Did anyone find out what happened with the stock yet? I mean, market cap's low. It's only a couple of hundred mil. They're not really doing anything, though. But, I mean, we have it, again, ASTS with no revenue at freaking 25 billion market cap, wherever the hell they took it. Yeah, this has been on the up and up. When we go here, down to about 5. Okay, okay. And see, again, You know, I'm not trying to be pessimistic, but I just remind everyone again, the only issue with a stock like this, and apparently most stocks now, since they all pumped, is that um you can't have a big market tank. You can have a big market sell-off. If you have a big market sell-off, you're going to be sitting there with a massive loss. And I mean massive. Hmm. Yeah, look, yeah, it was kind of, guess you can call that a wedge. Pop back to the moving average. What do we got? Earnings, couple weeks. Yeah, could be worse. Yeah, yeah, people might be piling in, just, yeah, anticipating at earnings or in the next month or two. They'll get an announcement, yeah. I mean, again, even drone company, right? Okay, yeah, definitely for sure, definitely for sure. It looks like volume's coming in. Yeah, that's what Ganti was just saying. I think I agree with you guys. I think there is some sort of wait, but again, I don't know. I saw a video I think yesterday on X talking about something about like drones being taken off from Puerto Rico, but number one, I don't know if it was real or AI, and number two, I don't know if it was real time or a video from like 4 years ago. So I don't know about that. But we did have Pete Hegseth come out, talk up the drones again. That's where all the excitement and all the volume from these drone stocks came from just recently. So again, even up here on this pop, 13, 14 a share, I mean, we're talking less than $500 million. Which again is why I'm saying, even if you want to quick flip it by the end of the day or in a week or two, I mean, you could see a run up to like 16 or 18, you know what I mean? And you could make a couple of bucks for yourself. Just ride the wave, just ride the breakout, right? Because again, if it makes sense, like you guys are saying about a potential contract, so what's the saying? You buy on the rumor they might get a contract, and then when the stock pops, and if it's at 19.20, you sell on the news. Testing new stuff in Venezuela. Yeah, I don't know. Like I said, I feel like I try to go on X, but honestly, AI has gotten ridiculous now. And it's like every other video you see is AI, or honestly, these videos I feel have to be like time stamped or something. Because people will show a video and they'll be like, "Oh, they're flipping out in Texas," and meanwhile, it's a video from like 8 years ago, when something else happened. Bro, look at IBM. Where's Delhi at, this poor bastard? Oh shit. And AMD too? AMD is just still kind of chilling. IBM just keeps going. All right. Bro, this thing keeps going. All right, you guys. I don't know if you jumped in, but you watch UMAC. Oh, DraftKings. Be right back. Okay, no, I'm not following that company. Our cat we were looking at, yeah. IBM said they programmed an AMD FPGA chip with a quantum algorithm. That's why they're popping. Quantum computing companies should be shaking in their boots. Sure, QC companies maybe. Honestly, I do think that is the correct call here. I do think that is the correct call. Um, I agree with that. Didn't we also have Google just the other day come out with their own little quantum situation? Close out the DraftKings put last week percentage up. Hey, good job. Good for you. I mean, I'm losing my ass, but you made money. You know, that's great. That's great. It's fantastic. You know, I'm happy for you, you know? I'm ecstatic, you know? Our cat up 9%. Uh... Another drone company. The drones are feeling it today. I don't know. Everyone thinks it's down because the freaking NBA scandal. Hey, Eugene, happy Friday. Happy Friday. No, but Neo, you make a good point, man, honestly. Because, again, we can double check, but I'm pretty sure that was the Google headline I saw the other day, right? With their Willow. Isn't that like a quantum computing thing? And now apparently IBM has one. Stock's running up, hitting new highs. So all the Rigettis, qubits of the world, I mean, they all ran up 400-500%. Honestly, Neo, if you're able to get some time, right, brother? If you're able to get some time, you gotta get a couple of months, man. So you're gonna have to pay a premium. But you can go far out of the money because when it does start to sell off, it'll drop at 10, 12, 15% a click. Yeah, supposedly some coach and some players were working with like some sports bettors and they were doing some shady crap. $32? Are you kidding me? For what reason? Oh my goodness, guys, I'm so sorry. I'm very sorry. Garrett, how you doing, brother? Welcome. Welcome. RR up 10%. Nice, nice. Yeah, I don't know. It's a betting stock and we're talking about betting, so actually, what is it? Flut? Yeah, Flut. Yeah, Flutter also. Look, Flutter also dropping 2%. How about like the casinos, like Las Vegas Sands? No. So, okay. So what about like Boyd? Boyd down 6%. Oh, earnings. I laugh at this stock because I remember looking at this a while back, and this is a company that like always beats earnings or like always had decent numbers, and I feel like they always go down after they report. Yeah, no, you bought shares, you should be fine. The point is, FPGA is silicon technology, which that is cheap. It's not using quantum computing technology, no qubits, no superconducting cooling. Okay, so does that mean that these quantum computing companies are less necessary? I do still like DraftKings down here. I do still like MGM down as well. Yeah, them. Again, Las Vegas Sands was the only one that was up. Yeah, it seems like every casino, gaming, betting stock is down, and it's really unfortunate because it's not their fault. Pentagon contracts. NBA gambling news scare the investors right now. I mean, I guess so. I guess so. Like we just saw. I mean, like the whole gaming betting sector is down. Neo said yes. Okay, so again, like I said, that means the I mean, you could do Ion Q puts as well, but Ion Q is generating a little bit more revenue than the rest of them, I believe. So we can recheck the numbers, but Ion Q, Qubit, Rigetti, I believe were the main quantum computing trending stocks that move the most. So based on what Google and IBM have recently come out with, and of course our phenomenal input from NeoQuant, I believe puts, I agree with that sentiment, I believe puts on the quantum computing stocks UMAC to supply 3,500 drone motors for U.S. Army. There you go. There you go. Outstanding. Outstanding. And I still say again, even here after the pop, up here now 13 and change. We were hanging out at 14. Again, we're talking 400 or 500 million market cap. So we can easily get back to the high teens, if not around 20. Again, even the top of the range right here is 17. I mean, that's almost 4 points on a $13 stock. So, you know, you might be able to swing a quick 30% here on UMAC off of this news. Qubits, probably. Oh, my goodness. Look at this stock. Just won a contract in Italy. 11 billion. Yeah, this company has really no revenue coming in. Let's check IonQ numbers. 21 billion. Yeah, see, IonQ again. I mean, again, we saw revenue jump up to 20. Don't get me wrong. They're doing better than their competitors, but 21 billion valuation. I mean, we can easily bring that right back down to this line here, you know? 17. I mean, you really could see huge returns on puts here. And what was the Rigetti? My goodness. Is in talks with U.S. government for return for equity stakes. What? Why? With them? Why? $13 billion. Yeah, think they're all in plays for puts, man, honestly. Wow. It's insane. Google Willow is still using qubits. Okay. Need to dig deeper into the IBM announcement to see. Okay. Okay. I appreciate that, brother. All of these quantum computing stocks should really reset and drop down off of this recent news coming out of the larger tech names. Of course, their valuations got pumped to the moon. So, even just mentioning puts in general isn't too crazy. S&P holding 6,800. Damn. Yep. You know, if you got cojones, you go freaking, you go heavy on like 33 and a half, 34 calls right here. HGRAF live quote 216, MBOT 254. We spiked up here and rejected, and then we came up right here, basically back to yesterday's lows and rejected, and now we're tightening and trying to come back up. So I actually think the dollar drops back down, potentially. SB chilling. About like HGRAF. Yep. PayPal. Yep. BlackBerry. Yep. RR. Yep. What else were we watching? How about Core Civic? How's that doing? Yeah. 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 Yep. 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 Someone mentioned Ampex the other day. How's that doing? Oh my goodness. Now below trend line, if we were to draw across these bottoms here, and you can see we technically broke below that. It's crazy. Down, kept it down all month just to burn my ass. Wanna blow off? Okay. Damn. Give me a few, I'll be right back. Okay. Oh. Favorite gangster film? I don't know. That's hard to decide. So the IBM work, just running in concert with the quantum computing system. Wow, no short. Well, it's too bad. I typed it already. You know, pennies. You're looking at like too many stocks, in my opinion. Hold on, Vince. Then why isn't it up? Go for it, buddy. Waiting on you, Vince. Waiting on you. It's Geico, you schmuck. And yeah, you're in here, but you gotta say hello, buddy, before I give you the boot. Ah, there it is. I'm always alert. You're the one bringing me crackhead stocks without even looking at them. I love it. People gotta keep me sharp. I'm over here picking winners daily. Nobody buys them. Kid's trying to keep me sharp. DraftKings, here we go. HII, the one that nobody buy. I did a video here. Surrounded by pikers. Intel down to the 38s. Hmm. Looking for the M-bot bounce, eh? Yep. Huh. Oh yeah. Yep. Did a video back there. You're up 50% long term. How's that UMAC doing? Yep. DraftKings still down. uh, hmm. Yeah. See, they delayed that. They know what the move is, and they delay it to burn the traders. Yeah, it's a good price for MBOT, in my opinion. MBOT, baby. MBOT, baby. MBOT. Ba, no, ba, ba. Ba, ba, no, ba, do. Hey, dollar went back down as expected. How about that? Poor DraftKings. We hardly knew ye. Yep, ETFs do very well usually. Good afternoon. Hey, Walma, how you doing, man? Happy Friday. Everybody's working for the weekend. Also, if anyone watches UFC, apparently it's going to be an early riser tomorrow. Bro, they are continuing to beat this stock up. Coin still chilling. How's Riot doing today? Hey. Up. Up. What'd I say? What'd I say? And when it's down, they want answers. When it's up, they're not in here giving me props, right? And Europeans, man. Nah, I'm just kidding. Hold on, give me 1 sec. Okay, back in action. Oh, you guys out there with the leaf blower again. Yeah, he's out there working. Bro, it's funny too, because that guy, it's just like a small patch. I'm telling you, they pay him by the leaf. I'm telling you. But yeah, that's the big difference from the city, man. Everyone here has got their own little space. Who's freaking out doing construction on their house? Who's freaking blowing their lawn? Yes, it's extremely annoying. There he goes. Around for the second lap. Bro, what you keep throwing symbols at me for? How much money you got over there, bro? Freaking guy's got 78 positions over there. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. 1,500, you throwing around all these symbols? You're crazy. Why don't you buy some Arco, bruh? Oh, options, alright. Never mind. Yep. Wow, that's all the time I have? End of the year, huh? Yeah, markets be on the up and up. 60 days to make 7 figures. Oh, we're singing, don't you know? Pump it up. You got to pump it up. Don't you know? Pump it up. You got to pump it up. The Dow hitting new highs, 47,326. Does actually look like it's on its way back up. Yeah, go for it. If you guys got a few bucks and you got a day trade, you guys can jump in like SPY calls or something real quick. Even you just catch a couple of points back up towards the high. That's an idea. Bro, I'm telling you, bro, when they're not looking, I'm gonna break their freaking leaf blower, bro. I'm telling you. I'm telling you. Just gonna cut that tube or something. Oh, look at that. SPY calls up already. I'm a genius. Bro, it's just laughable because it's not even a large area, bro. The guy, he would have been done already if he used a rake. You're personally in BB. No, I am not. No, I am not, unfortunately. Because like a schmuck, I decided to go heavy in DraftKings calls. Aw, thank you, Nick. If you bought it for next week, you'll be fine, I'm sure. Only all of us who bought it for this week just got royally screwed. How's Nokia looking? BlackBerry looks like a cup and handle in general. Oh, baby, Nokia. Nokia. Yeah, I remember. I think I looked at it, yeah, maybe like mid-4s. Then we did an update like in the 3s and like back here at 4. I kept coming back to it because, again, we got like this long-term triangle that we were in. Almost similar to what we just saw with BlackBerry, pretty much. But Nokia, again, I was talking about them back here because they were talking about like the restructuring and the revamping, almost similar to what we saw with Verizon a couple of years back. And, you know, they were planning to be like a front runner in the space by like 2028 or 2030, whatever it was. So, you know, a little bit of a longer term play, but very cheap stock, right? It's still only a couple of bucks a share. Pay a dividend even after the pump. It's yielding 2.5%. PE is up, but it's not through the roof. Very low beta. And now we're breaking up and out. Oh, I know what I know. See, this is why, like, these fund managers and shit who got big money, bro, if you're able to just position into shares in a stock, and, you know, they tell you, like, oh, 12 months from now, it's got to be up. Like, bro, do you have any idea how easy that is? That shit's easy. Trying to time a DraftKings call, apparently, much more difficult. But if you just ask me, like, oh, what's going to be up 12 months from now? Come on. It's easy. Don't you know, pump it up. You got to pump it up. I just hope the bulk of everyone else's account is doing well. Because like we said, if we take a couple of bucks, we dabble in some options, you win some, you lose some, right? It's got to be money that you can part with in case things go south. But the bulk of the money, again, if you're in, some brand name stocks, you got some speculative, growers in there, like a Fubo or an MBOT or something, hopefully the bulk of everyone's account is doing well. Yeah, the few bucks I brought over in, what was it, like the Fidelity account, because it had no minimum or whatever, that was the account I started, like, grabbing a couple of HGRAF shares where I could, and I bought a couple of MBOT shares in that account too, so those are currently the only stocks I'm holding. But, yeah, if I had more money, yeah, I'd probably be buying everything I spoke about. Like I said, that's why I said anytime I had money, I always put my money where my mouth was. So that's why I'm still talking about something like BB. If I had cash, I definitely would have been in BB at like 360 or whatever. Would you buy 450 calls? Yeah, no, there's definitely value there. And again, we're seeing it already in the short term. Stock broke up to 5. The calls are cheap probably because it doesn't move that much. Skelly, you're blessed. You got till next week. You might be fine. I'm sitting here losing hundreds. Which, sad to say, is a lot of money for me right now. Yeah, I don't know. Again, it's so cheap. I don't know if I don't know if it's worth it to buy options. Unless you're buying like, $6 leaps and you're really going to catch the growth over the next 12 months. You might just be better off buying shares. Yeah, Skelly DraftKings calls, those should be alright because you have more time. Like I said, they're beating it up today. They'll probably bounce it back Monday, Tuesday, no problem, just to burn out the traders. Under the radar plays, Nick. You notice the less people know about it, the more it works out. Yeah, I mean, you notice that. Tesla doesn't start to go up, I'm gonna snap. Yeah, it looks like it rejected off that 440 level we were speaking about earlier. Yeah, it can easily go back to 6. Yeah, Skelly, we were talking about again. We're assuming it's the whole NBA story with the betting, because all the other gaming stocks, Flutter, MGM, all of them are down. Down 70%. I mean, if you do have a couple of bucks, you could, of course, grab a couple of more for very cheap and drastically lower the cost basis. And then if we do have a pop back to 34, 34 and a half, you'd be able to flip them and now they'd be in the money. But I wouldn't necessarily go too heavy. Because, you still might run into some bullshit next week. So, again, if they're down to literally like a couple of bucks each, you can grab a couple more, lower the cost basis. Don't go too heavy, though. In case they seriously look to keep it down for the entire month. Because it started dropping like October 2nd. So if they decide to keep it down for the entire month, you don't want to completely decimate your account. Yeah, Cole, usually, yeah. But yeah, if we're talking next Friday, I mean, I do believe the rebound is coming. But again, as we know, Nothing is guaranteed. So like I said, I don't want you to go super heavy, all in on DraftKings calls, and then watch them, bring it down to 31 and keep it flat all next week. Yeah, no, awesome. But yeah, if you want to, whatever, if you paid, $50 for them and now they're like $9 each or something like that, like, yeah, you could definitely scoop, 3 or 4 more, because that does really bring down the cost basis. So now it might be, your cost might be like 30 a call instead of 50. So if we do get a little bounce back to the line, like I said, now if they're worth 35, 40, it's not going to be crazy, but now you're going to be in the green as opposed to still waiting to get back to break even. What, March 26 calls on BB? Yeah, a little more time. Yeah, a little more time. Because they just reported earnings, right? So, yeah, a little more time. Yeah, bro, I'm telling you, it's like they knew that the calls were in play. That's why they decimated it. You know why, Nick? Because they know who's who. That's why. Yeah, no, that's cheap. That's cheap. That again, that's why I always said, because I know some of these stocks aren't everyone's cup of tea, right? And something like Verizon, like people would never think to trade something like Verizon, and I understand a lot of people stick with the tech names because they pop and drop so much. I get it. But something like Verizon, I always kept an eye on. Calls and puts, very cheap. So like next Friday, like 40 calls on Verizon is probably like $18 or something like that. It's probably very cheap. That's why I always kept an eye on it. DraftKings, same thing as you see. You go like a point or two out of the money, a week away, and it's like $40 or something. So it's a cheaper kind of mid-range stock that's good for smaller traders. And of course, silver, right? The ETF SLV, same thing. If you're betting that silver is going to go up like half a point next week, those calls are very cheap. They're probably like 12, $15 each. So again, I know everyone's different, right? Some people could buy a Tesla call for, $2,000 and it's no problem. Other people look for like, $30, $50 plays. So that's why I try to look at a little bit of everything. If you bought those SPY calls, you're up. Let's look at some big name stocks. What about like Netflix? How they been doing? No, we got those puts right after earnings. Yeah, we're down to, what do you know? Right to the my trend line there. Looking for the SPY puts. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, we definitely could sell off at any moment. We do seem to be steadily rising though. Yeah, now see how we're tightening and topping here, and we're about to touch it for the third time? That looks almost like an ascending triangle. So it might pop and take that next leg higher. Looks like it's setting up to hit new highs. So I'm not saying puts are bad, but not right now, in my opinion. Looking for a break above, like right there. You put it the open after you said no on Discord. Okay. I wish you well. Tesla actually looks like it's wedging. Mad Max driver assist. Bro, this guy Elon is such a troll, bro. Ravine cutting jobs. Yep. Look at that. Yeah, I'll go out on a limb. Tesla calls here. Tesla calls here. That's it. You gotta get those millions somehow. We got Six Flags back up above 25 and a half. Intel sitting at about 38 and a half, so only up about 1% right now. Might have had a lot of people take profits around 40. Yes, I saw your chart, but I'm sitting here trying to run a community, losing everybody money with DraftKings today. All right, so I'm a little preoccupied. It's okay. I'm just salty, bro. Nice chart, man. Nice chart. %6 today in my portfolio, though. Nice. HGRA, and BOT. Very nice. Very nice. Up. Look at that little pop right there. Look at that. See, you bought a Tesla call, you're up already. Look at that. The best. The best. Looking at about 6806 on the S&P. DraftKings still down. Who is not buying the crap out of these shares right now, right? But when we pump overextended stocks to continued highs, they keep pumping, right? So who's continuing to buy at the top and pump these names, but not buy a dip on something like this? How is there not volume coming in? Sub 34, sub 33. Are you kidding me? Actually, looks like the dollar might pop up. Got oil pulling back. And like I said, the S&P has been like following the dollar. We begging donuts? Don't even worry about it, brother. Well, if you bought the Tesla calls, I'll try to make you a few bucks back on the DraftKings loss. I'm trying for you guys, man. I'm trying. What was this low? 38.92. And the high, 38.92. So we want VZ puts here, in my opinion. VZ puts. Yeah, Tesla's expensive. Could buy some VZ puts, though. Moves another 134 million in Bitcoin. Oof. Oof. Must be nice. Tesla climbing up over 2 points since the call mentioned. Climbing out of this wedge here that we saw. Tesla calls looking good. Bouncing back to 440, 240, whatever. 40. Yeah, I'm honestly just a little upset, man. You know, if they didn't completely decimate DraftKings, even if they brought it down, all right, whatever. But 5% drop on expiry day, like, come on, come on, scummers. Tesla on the move. Yeah, like I said, VZ options are pretty cheap. That's why I keep an eye on it. Here we go, Tesla. Here we go. Horizon. Wherein? DraftKings back above 33. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Slow down, buddy. Slow down. Yeah, VZ shares are nice. Definitely. But, yeah, options are always nice and cheap, so definitely one to keep on the watch list. Yeah, happy Friday. Happy Friday. What is Sentinel 1 doing? Is this thing still down here? Are you serious? Shares plummet? Why would shares plummet? Huh. And yeah, I was gonna say DraftKings technically on the up and up. Technically on the up and up. So, if you want to do like a wild trade right now, if you're able to do a day trade and you have some cash, you can like you can buy like a massive block of like 33 and a half calls on DraftKings expiring today. And you might be able to flip them within like 20 or 30 minutes. Just make sure you'd have to do it as a block though. So, what is it? All or none, fill or kill. You'd have to check the special instructions on the trade, and then when you go to sell them to flip it. Uh, Tesla, no. Here they come. Oh yeah, Tesla, fantastic. Yeah, I'm glad I was correct for 5 minutes. Yeah. Oh, it's really just one of those days, huh? Holy shit. Shooting blanks today, boys. I ain't afraid no ghost. I ain't afraid no ghost. Nostradamus, we're happy to have you. Give me your gypsy tears. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Right back to the line. Be on the move. Oh, HGRAF highs of the day right now. 313 Canadian, up 9%. Just had a nice block of volume come in there. Yeah, that's why we looked at how many shares. Drop in the bucket, man. Drop in the bucket. This has been a name. We've seen this now for the last couple of months straight. It's really been a name where people are buying every dip they see. Oh, here she comes. I got more to you up. Oh, here she comes. HGRAF gap up 314. Back to where it started. Outstanding. Can't keep a good man down. Except if it's DraftKings. I'm gonna grab a sip of water. I'll be right back. Hey. Oh. Let's go. Puts green. Hey. Out here changing lives, baby. Like I said, the good thing is we do make some good calls, so wins should be outpacing losses. I still can't believe them, and not even bringing it back to 33 and a quarter or anything. What a waste. Beating up the wrong company. Yeah, see, it continues to tighten and tighten. That tells me that it wants to pop higher, even if it's momentarily. That's why when you guys were talking about SPY puts, again, like you had your dips, you know, so you could have made a few bucks for sure. But in general, it's just looking too strong. Frickin' IBM, how you doing? The backup tech stocks, as expected, are doing phenomenally well. Check our MBOT. How about this one? Remember this one? How's this one doing? Yeah, basically same price. Just hanging out. Look at that. Just chilling at the trend line. Earnings in a couple of weeks. Could easily get back up there. I mean, that'd be roughly 25%. Even going into earnings. You don't want to risk it. RMTI. I did like this one. Again, I was a little early when I did my video at around 2. We ended up breaking. They kept diluting. Then we went right back up to 2. Got back above that trend line. Called that triangle perfectly. Had the break. And we just been chilling at this trend line here almost all month. This is portable dialysis machines, I think. It's a small cap though, you know, it's a tiny one. It's a little more speculative. A little more speculative. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, we're gonna test that 6806. Oh yeah. Intel at 38.25 now, only up a dime. Band on the run. Band on the run. Can I take my crazy pill tonight? I don't think so. Yeah, Ampex did phenomenally well from when we originally looked at it. Again, I got to give myself a little bit of credit. We looked at it here. I said I'd be a buyer at the support trend line at around $2. And you can see it just kind of bounced off that line for about 2 months. And then it was off to the races. Stock gets up to 16, yielding a 700% return in about 6 months. 1.6 billion also. I mean, again, they don't have big revenue coming in, but they are growing. Again, in this type of market, I guess technically it's still a buy. And we have earnings coming up in about 2 weeks. Looking for a loss of roughly 5.5 cents on revenue of 16.8 million. And they've been pretty good with earnings. So I'd probably give them the benefit of the doubt. And yeah, we might see another step up here to 19. I mean, of course, could always break and drop back down to 10 or this trend line here, but not bad at all. Not too shabby. Up, DraftKings. Up. Tesla staying down, huh? Bringing them down a notch. Bringing them down. Expect 33.16. Here we go, DraftKings. Here we go. Give me some life, man. Like I said, how are any traders, investors not stepping into this, man? Honestly, a little baffled. And look, we're below average volume. And we're still down so much. Meanwhile, something like Palantir will drop and have an insta-V recovery. Like, you know, it's just laughable, man. Literally living in a twilight zone. And then, like I said, when I get pissed and I don't want to talk about it anymore and everyone's freaking calls expire as losses, that's when they're going to pump it back up to 45 and talk about how awesome it is. I mean, I still think all of this is an overreaction. So, whether it's right before the close, whether it's an hour after close, or it's, Monday, Tuesday, I mean, something's coming. Something's coming, in my opinion. I have all the time in the world. You ain't boring me, buddy. I have patience. I got time. You are not gonna see me move an inch until I see green. $3.24 HGRAF? Oh, baby. $3.24 HGRAF now up 11%. Yeah, hit 324, technically above the close on Wednesday before we got dilution news. Okay? So everyone got scared that the company issued, so they dropped the stock. Now the stock is above where it was before the new issue. Yeah, depending on the timeline, raising cash is expected sometimes. And again, because of the timeline we're on, we went down, people are buying the dips, and we went right back up. And yes, as we said, it was a very tiny percent of the float, and we saw the stock chunk down, and I'm sure a lot of people did that same calculation we did and said, nope, there's an overreaction, I'm buying the dip. And now we're right back up. Right back up to where we started. Tesla still slipping. DraftKings staying down. IBM still looking strong. AMD just stable all day. All day, just stable. Up the HGRAF. Up to 1 million shares. Let's see if we start to get some chunks coming in. It's whatever. DraftKings, time of death. 235. Be right back. Uh, Intel is now red. Yeah, man. Where are these freaking 100% days, huh? Stock's out here playing games. Yep. Keyboard disconnects. Chunk of volume came in HII, sending it above 301 momentarily. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. Mm-hmm. Hey, looking for the puts here. Looking for the puts. Excuse me. I don't know. They're beating all these stocks up with this NBA nonsense. Terrible freaking timing. I just can't believe no one's buying. I still can't believe that. Something's gotta give, man. Yeah, when they made that acquisition, honestly, I mean, even with this NBA shit, I really thought it would hold that value, man. Hour, yep, yep. 34 call next week, okay, okay. Yeah, probably. That is true. That is true. Like we were there. We were there. It was there. It was all right freaking there, man. You know, again, it was a big miss by me. I had conviction though. Uh, like I said, next week or two, it's probably gonna freaking explode. S&P still holding 6,800. This thing curled up. It's channeling. It wants to go higher. Can you take me higher? Can you take me higher? Gonna cover the gap. Hey, you never know. HGRAF. Up, Giraffe King. Up. Oh. Approaching the power hour. Up. Yep. 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 Yeah, that's a good idea. Anyone have any athlete friends, bro? Tell them to buy like $1 million worth of DraftKings right now. Help a brother out. Bum, ba-dum, bum, ba-dum, bam. Don't you know, pump it up. You got to pump it up. Don't you know, pump it up. You got to pump it up. Yeah, I mean, if 3280 is the level, I mean, I guess got a good chance for a bounce there. You could freaking load up here. If only I knew. Buy 6806. Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. Right there. Uh-huh. And the sky is full of gray clouds. Preparing for a beautiful end to a beautiful day. Here comes the spy tapper. Turn around. Jeez, get some brake fluid. My goodness. Alright, no one's ripping me a new asshole, which either means everyone's very busy today, or everyone's just too upset to even speak about it. No, I did not. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Very tight. Getting very tight. Here we go, DraftKings. Here we go. Hey, keyboard. Hey, VZ puts. Mm-hmm. Looking good, Billy Ray. Nice. No, my taco money. I need it more than you do. It's all gone. DraftKings took it all. Yep, and this is why we do it the way we do it. You know? Take a small little piece, roll the dice on some options. It works great. It doesn't work okay. Other positions, MBOT, we're building. HGRAF, just having a phenomenal bounce back. We got the wins outweighing the losses. That's how it's done. That's the way, I like it. Like we say, baby, aim small, miss small. Aim small, hit big. Stretch the old legs for a second. I'll be right back. In action. Yeah, HGRAF has been really awesome for us. What is this guy posting? Aliens. Nice. Very nice. Ah, DraftKings, we hardly knew ye. Oh, when I step away, you see a little spike. Okay. Okay. Okay, we got the trucks backing up. Oh. How's that UMAC doing? Oh, very tight. Very tight. How can they let it fall if stocks only go up? Come on, brother. Let's be serious. HGRAF to the rescue. Yeah, it is what it is. It was just terrible timing. It was just terrible timing. Right? And who was it? Nick. We were talking, what was it, like Wednesday, right? And you were like, "Oh, what do you think about these calls?" And that's why I said lock them in, because you never know. Oh, ba-da-ba-ba-ba. It's funny, I went to do some older games last night. I threw in The Sims, the original. Remember The Sims? And apparently, I don't know, there's like an issue with the new windows and like some of the items like weren't in the game and shit. I don't know. I don't know. Random side note, but this makes me laugh, man. As advanced as these machines are, I was saying that the other day. These machines, they should be able to do anything at this point. If you have like an old school like MS-DOS game or something on a disc, you should be able to like put it into a new computer and it should be able to recognize that like it ran on like a DOS OS and it could like configure itself and run it. And I know people are going to say, well, you can do like the virtual machines or whatever, but not really the same thing. And then apparently I saw that like they put the like the first one or two Sims or whatever like on Steam. It's like a whole collection. So I was like, oh, they're gonna make you buy it through Steam. And then I look over there and it said the same thing. And it's like, oh yeah, there's items missing, blah blah blah. And it's like, why can't they get this correct? You know what pisses me off too is I don't really enjoy many new games because I feel like they're kind of destroying them. But um, oh shit, what was I just gonna say? Well, forgot what I was gonna say. Penny's looking for a dump. Technically made a lower low. Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. We're dumping. And so people are locking in profits, looking to go home with some green. Count the green or get in between. Oh yeah, what I was saying before is I don't really play new games, and the only newer game that I would have wanted to play are these UFC games. But apparently they're only on console. And I don't really want to play any other games that are on these consoles right now. So I don't want to have to spend whatever, 500-600 bucks just to play one game. Yeah, I just prefer PC, and I love how everything else is ported to console and PC, and there's cross-platform gameplay and all this nonsense. But you're really telling me in 2025 I can't buy the new UFC game on my computer? That's what you're telling me. This is getting tight. Actually, it looks like it wants to go higher. Oh, draft cags. AMD new high. 253.20. IBM looks like it wants more. Oh, don't call it a comeback. Uh-huh. 7 minutes to the close. Take any trades you want. Lock in any profits you want. I'm curious to see the indexes and this stock in these last few minutes. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. All right, Joe. Take it easy, brother. Have a good weekend. Mm-hmm. But Tesla pops. Uh-huh. AMD hit a new high again. Wowzers. S&P back to 11 a.m. levels. 11 a.m. levels. Dropping in the final minutes. Dropping. I don't trust this stock, man. Oh yeah, that always happens. That always happens. That's the one thing that sucks. Because the indices always seem to have crazy moves within the last 5 to 15 minutes. It's alright, we live to fight another day. Kind of got worse and worse as the week went on. We did get some bad luck, of course, with that NBA headline, unfortunately, as Wall Street beats up DraftKings for reasons unbeknownst to me. I really don't see how, like, it's their problem. The whole sector, honestly, not even just DraftKings. I mean, bringing down the MGM and the casinos and stuff. In my mind, I don't get it. I mean, I'm not saying they should have been up, but to bring them all down, whatever, 2, 3, 5%. I really don't see the reasoning behind that. All right, Pennies, take it easy, brother. Thanks for hanging out. Have a good weekend. You did add more, okay? Brought the average down. Yeah, like I said, hopefully, even with you adding more here today, if we just see a bounce back to 34 plus, that should be really good for everybody. And it really should happen. It really should happen. But we know that sometimes these stocks go through cycles. Even something like Intel, perfect example, was kind of in this up and down little wave. I had high conviction that there was value there. We went up to like, the mid 20s, then we pulled back again to 20, sub 20, and then all of a sudden, everything's great, and the stock's raging. And, unfortunately, it seems like, again, DraftKings having a really bad month. A company started doing parlays, they drop them down, then DraftKings acquires that prediction software that everyone says they were missing, and they're up, but then they give it right back, and then the NBA's fixing games, and that's somehow DraftKings' problem. Just terrible timing. Still like all of our other stocks though. I like MBOT down here. Back here in like the mid-low twos. Look at that, 240. Had the premature break of the wedge that we were holding for quite some time. But we just went on a big sell-off. We're talking, what, 3, 6, 9 sessions in a row. 10 of the last 11 sessions have been red. Actually, what, yeah, 12 or 13 technically have been red. So, it's percolating. It's percolating. HGRAF just too damn strong, man. Too damn, again, we had that big drop below double trend lines here, and we rebounded that day, and then popped today, staying right above this trend line here, as you see. It's looking very, very strong. What is this, October? Let me see something. Oh, yeah. Is that where it goes tomorrow? 334, 335 to like 340. I mean, Monday. Whatever day it is, I don't even know. Unbelievable. I'm just waiting for this thing to pop to like 35 after hours right now so I can break my monitor. Broke my heart, DraftKings. You broke my heart. All right. Well, you know what they say, when the money's gone, it's time to move on. So, the end of the session here. I want to thank everyone for hanging out. Happy Friday. Had some good moves, had some bad moves. But very happy with HGRAF holding up, and hopefully we see a nice bounce from MBOT going into next week. We got BlackBerry looking good. PayPal's been kind of holding. I do still like PayPal in my opinion. And this HII, as I said, ended up hitting a new high, 301.74. Wait, it's showing 301. Well, either way, this was brought to you at 215. Up 85 points roughly with a dividend. Yeah, but we'll see. Hopefully something like DraftKings could find its footing, and if we climb back up 35, 37, 38, hopefully people could jump in and ride that wave and end up green overall on the position. But, you know, it is what it is. You win some, you lose some, but that's it. Thanks everyone for your time. Thanks for stopping by. Appreciate the support. Appreciate the love. Enjoy your Friday. Have a good weekend.